Good? Okay, good morning everyone. Thank you for being here. So I'm Daniel Reyes, and our talk today is about, well, the title is Beyond Odoo Development Essentials. So I'm just probably making a bit of shameless publicity to my books, so thank you for being here. No, really, I think the thought is, when I contact with other developers, I sometimes see tools I don't know about, and I find them interesting. There's a few tools I use. I see other people don't know about them, so I share them. So I'm not stating these are the best or the worst, but it's what I use. Maybe there's something in for you. Maybe I can even learn from you, from your feedback. So the goal for today is talk a bit about sharing a bit of the history behind the books, what's next. So let's go to the agenda. So talk a bit about the history of the books, what motivated me to write them, maybe talk a bit of what may be next, other ideas I have, share with you some tools or my tool set, I work every day, and things I can't live without, and of course have space for Ask Me Anything. So it's not a very structured session, I think, and I'm hoping this can be interactive and we can have questions and discuss things here. So does this sound good? Okay, so let's start. So a bit of history. So who remembers the technical memento? Who's familiar with this? If you search, yeah, there's one hand in the air. So when I started with Odoo around version 6. And the only thing available, documentation, was terrible, constantly outdated. And the best thing we had was this technical memento. It was a PDF, I think Fabien wrote it himself. It's like 12 pages long, very condensed, very hard to decipher. It's like something you had to read 20 times to understand everything that was there. And even there are pieces you couldn't reach because there was no explanation, just some code examples. It's still available if you Google for Odoo technical memento. I got this from Odoo's website. This is the last version for 7. They had versions of this they had this for earlier versions. So this is still the old API for those who remember the old API. And that's how I learned Odoo. And when I was doing this and kind of banging my head in the wall, there should be a better way, right? So that kind of was the motivating factor. And then at some point, I was invited to review a pack publishing book called Working with OpenERP. It was a functional book. And I accepted. I was the reviewer. The compensation for that, you just get a couple of copies of the book, and that's it. And then I got the invite. They were interested into this and actually had the structure in my head. And I wrote it it took for a while, but I wrote it straight. It were a lot of nights working on it, but I work it straight. And this is what happened. So here's a few. I think there are 5. The last one is the 5th edition. So we've been doing updates. It started with Odoo 8, Odoo Development Essentials. That's 2015, so that's 8 years ago. So that's a while. Oh, that sounds better. Thank you. And the last book was Odoo 15 Development. It's difficult to keep pace with the yearly releases of Odoo. So even an update of the book, it can take at least 9 months. And because I'm kind of a perfectionist and I kind of rewrite everything when I do it. When I go back and see what I did on the last edition, oh, this sounds wrong. This can be done better. So it's how it is. So curiosity, the best-selling one is still Odoo 12 Essentials. That's the best-selling, and the Odoo 15 is approaching, which kind of expected because there's more people knowing about Odoo, interested in Odoo. And what I can disclose is I've been made this question, and we're working on the Odoo 17 Essentials. We started that in May, around that. So the strategy is are updating to whatever is new, and when Odoo 17 comes out, we'll test everything again to see whatever is significantly different, and we are expecting it to be published around January. So that's Odoo 17. And it's kind of, to be honest, it's kind of been tiring, 8 years on this. So I brought in a new author, and he's co-authoring in me, and he's doing the update, I'm doing the reviews, so, and I think it's getting a bit tiring for me, it's a lot of work, but on the other hand, I think it's something that needs to be continued because it does bring value to the community. So here, any questions about the history or curiosities about this? You got no image? Okay, you came up again. Okay, good. One question. Please, Frederick.
What change in Odoo did the most trouble for you in writing the book?
It was the access rules on the wizards, on the access rules. What's the technical name now? Help me please. What the wizards? It's the proper name for the wizards models. The transient models. The transient models, because it forced me to change the sequence. Chapter 3 is the chapter where I do one application bottom to end. It switched the sequence because I had security afterwards. And then I had to do it before because, oh, actually, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. It was the removal of the access on the admin. When they introduced the super user and the admin, I had to switch the order of things because if you followed, it wouldn't work. You create a model, it doesn't work until you add the access rules. So that kind of added forced me to shift things around the sequence of the book. Question, thank you. So the question was, what was the change that made a bigger impact on the book writing at some point? Good? Yeah?
Hello. First of all, thank you for writing these books.
Thank you.
Second thing, if you... And if you go back to the sheet of the memento, if you read it today, is it still valid, and is there anything in the foundation, did anything change in the foundation?
I think it...
Compare 17 with this sheet.
Yeah, it's still valid, except that it's written instead of modern language, it's written in Old Latin, because it uses the old API. So in the old API, you need to pass context all the time and all that kind of stuff. So you couldn't have dot notation to assign values. So it's written in the old API. The concepts are still the same, but the way you write it, like if you would write it old style English versus new style English, you need to do the translation in your head. But the main concepts are there, and there are things that are new that are not there anymore. And there are things here, this still talks about the RML report engine that's deprecated. It still mentions the workflow engine that was deprecated. So it's not a good resource anymore. So, but so one of the things I'm thinking, so honestly, I don't feel the energy to update the full book, but I think we need something like this updated. That would be an interesting thing to do. Yeah.
That was my last question. Can you write something for 17 that looks like?
Yeah, I have it in the back of my mind, doing something. It could be just a repo with GitHub pages, something like that, a simple thing that you could, because I use the book for reference, but it's done, I try to write the book in a way that was good for reference too, because things are well organized where things are, but it's still a lot of pages to go through, right? And I miss having something like this. So, okay, why is this? Is this a bad contact? Hmm?
Everything is good here.
It's good here. Oh, it's a problem there with the projection. It's a projection. Okay. Okay. So without the slide, I can also share a bit things. So the main problem at this point is lack of time. So I need to organize time for this. But what's next? What can be done after this? And my idea of what's missing now, because we kind of, to be honest, Odoo documentation is quite good at this moment, is I still like better the structure of the book, but it's pretty decent, and they have kind of a book there with all the chapters that you can follow. So it's pretty decent what's in the Odoo documentation. Still space for the book, but I think it's pretty good. What's missing now, if I think what should be there that needs a book and it doesn't exist. And I think it's the topic of Odoo development patterns. So it's not only, this just teaches you how to use the framework, but we need better guidance on how to write robust applications. And that's a wider software engineering topic. I was thinking on how to structure that and was doing some research, and I'm a bit frustrated that there's not so much quality stuff or out there on generic software engineering. But in the other world, we kind of know in the OCA there's kind of patterns to use. I think we kind of understand that smaller models, smaller are better, because you have better, less entanglement between modules and models. Like there are some patterns like the prepare pattern. When you do a write on some model, you have a separate prepare method, so to allow inheritance. So there's a lot of these small things that a lot of them are common knowledge, but they're not written anywhere. There's nothing saying that. I think something is needed to do that. So that could be the next step. Let's see. Okay, let's move on. Time is going by. So can't live without tools. So I made here this short list. So I use Bash a lot. I use, depending on the time, I have used Ubuntu as my main operating system. Right now it's Windows for convenience with other tools, but in the end of the day, I need I have an Ubuntu Bash console. I use regular Bash. I tried other stuff, it didn't stick with me. Fish, ZSH, it didn't stick with me. Maybe I didn't understand it. So I just use regular Bash, but one thing I notice a lot of people don't know about is that you can use Control-R to search your history of commands. So I notice a lot of people don't know this. They're just typing the same commands over and over again. Just type Control-R, type 3 letters, and you have the command back from history. So that's a really important one thing I wanted to share. The other thing is, let's go to the third one, BioBoo. Anyone knows that one, BioBoo? So let me go back to let's get my screen here. Good. So this is my regular Bash. If you do this, I'm creating a session. It's tmux behind the scenes, so it's a terminal duplexer. If you do this on a server, the session will live there. If you lose connection, it will stay there. And you can have several, if you're on the server, you can have several terminals. And so it's very useful because I have here, like I have a window where I run Odoo. I have a window where I run Odoo. And I have another window where I have my code, and I can have multiple windows with different files or different projects. I can have maybe 3 windows with one project, and another 3 windows with a different project. I usually have 1 window for Odoo Core because we're inspecting stuff on Odoo Core. And I find it interesting that you have indicators in the bottom with your CPU, if your time, your download, upload. So you have quite a lot of information here down here. And so this is one of the tools. This is BioBoom, and the other bash control R. The other thing is git prompt. Git prompt is basically, so it's a something you would add to your bash RC, and it adds here information on the git branch you are. It tells if you have files to commit, or change files. It tells you if there are things to pull from upstream. It will show some icons there. So this is kind of, I'm so used to it, I'm confused when I don't have it. Compared to just the black, no information. So this is very useful on my daily workflow. So the other thing is Silver Searcher AG. Anyone knows the tool?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a replacement for grep. Because grep is, you can do it, but it has a not so easy syntax to search things. So if I do this, and if I ag for on Py files for, I don't know, payment, it searches me every Python file for payment, or I can say, no, I want to look in XML files, or XML and Py files. And I want to look this into the add-ons account. Okay, so it's it's a replacement for, it's pretty fast searching it, especially if most of the time you're looking at JS, XML, and Py, you add those filters, it's instant. You can search a large code base and it's instant. So I use this every day. I don't remember the full syntax of grep anymore because of this. So I kind of stuck with the tool. My code editor is NeoVim. I won't force this on anyone, of course. It's but when you get used to this, it's fine. When people come to me, I say, whatever is better for you. Don't feel pressured and use something like Vim or NeoVim. It's probably not even good out of the box, but when you use it for a while and you're getting used to it, you kind of miss the automated commands of navigation commands if you go to something else. So, and finally, well, this is not really a command line tool, but it's something that I've been having questions. There is this is an open source, snipping tool, or ksnip. It's a tool to get screenshots. And what I like is this stuff here. It's very easy to do things like that. Like, I use this for instructions along with the script of step 1, step 2, step 3, and I add these bullets, and for some PowerPoint, I like it a lot. It's very simple, and this is open source, and you have it on Linux and Windows and other systems. So I like a lot this tool, so because of this. So those are my key tools, and yeah. Open for other questions. I think we have some 5-10 minutes. We can go through other questions and go ahead.
I'm just curious about one of your new plugins. I noticed it's just the Git committer, like the Git blame output, with like which new plugin is that? Like on the right side, it gives you info on I think it's the Git blame output or something.
I have Git blame.
Yeah.
I have Git blame. I don't use it a lot. I'm still, I think it's just like that. I don't remember. I don't use it a lot. I have it installed, but I'm still learning it. So that's the thing. Each of these add-ons has a learning curve. Oh, but I do have. Yeah, I see what you mean. I have the information there on the commit and the person and date of the commit. Yeah. So that's something that actually I saw VS Code had, and I was searching, oh, there must be a plugin to do this in Novum too. So that's useful. So it's this information here. Yeah. It's also like that, it's integrated with PyLint, so it gives you warnings on things that are not correct, which is, you can get that in VS Code too with the proper plugins. Okay. Okay? Yeah, please.
You talked about it before, but are you going to add OWL in the new book or part?
Yes, it's in the outline. We'll have a new chapter on OWL. That's something that's missing there. So my excuse for earlier books, it was not solid for a long time. The JavaScript framework was changing every version. And it's kind of a curve to understand it, and really the next version or 2 versions later it changed. Right now I think it's stable, it's well documented, it was not well documented before, and when you write the book you kind of, it's a responsibility, you can't be guessing stuff, right? And if you just reverse engineering the code to explain in the book, it's kind of, it's a tricky path, but now it's well documented. So we have support, reference support on the OWL, and it's going to be on the 0.2.17 version. It's one of the main things people mention about the previous book. It's missing on the JavaScript part. Yeah. Yes?
You talked earlier on about thinking about these patterns book.
Yes.
Is this something that you could write with somebody else in the community, or somebody?
Maybe. So maybe I'm considering that. I don't have yet a good idea of how that would look like, even how publishing would like. It's a regular book, could be something on the web. But to that point, there was a good talk on that last year from Alexandre Fayol. He did a great talk at the Experience.
Okay.
There was a talk touching some of the topics I'm interested yesterday from someone from the Axon team on the dependencies on modules, on organizing that. That's kind of one of the topics too. So maybe, I think at the very least, I would consult a few people on the community that I know are concerned with this.
I think it's really important to have this for the community.
Okay?
This pattern things and guidelines for the modules and everything else. So when you have a structure and standard, it's easy to follow, and then you get better quality of modules as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, thank you for the feedback. That validates a bit that it's an interesting topic. Thank you. Okay. Well, I think we're close to our time, so I think we can close. Well, thank you for all the questions, and I'll be around. If something pops up to your mind, just come to me. Okay, thank you.
My name is Nikolina, and I'm coming from the company InitOS, suited in Germany. It's a middle-sized company, and I have started as a PHP developer, then OpenERP Odoo developer, and now I am more on the functional part, so I'm doing project management, agile trainings, and such stuff. Today we will have the presentation Odoo incoming mailing, configuration, and testing. The people who have attended my previous presentation know that a friend of mine told me before 2 months or something that we should not give presentations, but we should tell stories. So today I will tell you a story, and here it comes. So once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away, or maybe not so far, there was a girl called Freya, and she was developing her Odoo module. Everything was working fine. It was dark in the room. She had enough coffee. Her favorite code environment have finally implemented the dark mode. So everything's perfect, and she was preparing also for her vacation. And she thought, okay, I'm almost ready, so I will do it. So I can make it and go in my vacation free. But then everything was ready except the testing. So she have introduced some changes in the email incoming and outgoing emails, and she wanted to make sure that everything is working well. But she actually have never done that, so she was not aware how to test it. And have you ever tested incoming and outgoing emails in Odoo? Yeah?
Yeah.
And how did you do that?
You have to plug in
Oh.
the Odoo module.
But which one?
I forgot already.
Okay, so with the audio module. Once again?
Unit tests.
Unit tests?
Yeah.
Okay, also nice. Mailhawk? Yeah. Nice suggestions, yeah. But normally we have also used Mailhawk, but it's more for outgoing emails. And incoming emails, this is something else, yeah? Have someone from you ever tested incoming emails with Odoo? No, you have not. Yeah. Yeah, my colleague just raised his hand. Okay, but yeah, Freya had also some really nice colleagues, and they also, one of them has luckily had this issue before and have developed something that can help her. So the colleague's name was Bob. So Bob told Freya, okay, so check this out. I have also put it online so everyone can use it, but you too. So the solution is called Mail Devil, and it's an in-memory SMTP mail sync combined with IMAP server, which allows testing of incoming and outgoing emails at the same time. It's available as Python package, it's available as a Docker image, and also in GitHub. Bob just helped Freya to set it up. Normally it's also just download the Docker image and run it. You should also set a variable. You should also set up a password. You can do this by the environment variable mail password, or you can do it also from the command line. And you can also check the different other options. I will just check here. Yeah, I can show you. So you have also help here. So you can see the different options. There are also the default configurations. So you can set up different stuff. I will show this in a moment. So let's let's continue with the presentation now, or with the story, I'm sorry. Okay, so those are again the default or the most important default settings. So the ports and also the user. And then let's see how this looks like. So here we are. I'll just check my display settings. Okay, so we are here in my local Odoo environment. So we first have to set up the incoming and outgoing emails. So the incoming server, the name, it's you can name it whatever you like. Server name is the service name. The port, the username is the one that we saw there, and the password that you have set in your environment variable. And the outgoing email setup also looks similar. So you have authentication with username, no encryption, server, SMTP server. This is the service from the mail devil, and the port, username, and the password that we have set with the environment variable. And here is how the tool will look like. So it's pretty simple, but I will also show it now with my example. So first, let's test an outgoing email. You can just, or we can just send an email from a sale order. I think everyone knows this functionality, so it's core. So send it. And we can see the email here. What we have is, of course, the normal from to CC, BCC subject. We can reply from this button. We can also show plain or show source, mark as seen or mark as unseen, and we can also check the attachments. Here the PDF attachment. Yeah, you know how it looks like. But okay. And we can also, as I said, reply to this email. So let's do this now. Here you have also the different options. For example, you can add an advanced view and add different headers. So as you see here, you have everything, but you can add also custom one. And yeah, then you can just send it. What is important is you need to, in order to see this in Odoo afterwards, you need to mark it as unseen, because also the only the unseen emails are fetched back in Odoo. So we mark it as unseen. We go back and we need to fetch it. So I will go into the incoming mail servers and fetch the emails. So now if we go to our sale, we can see the email here. Okay, so what we can also not only reply to emails but send emails. It's also pretty simple from here, send mail. Let's just write test. Oh, yeah, we can use also Gmail to test one. Before I send it, I want to go back shortly in Odoo because I would like to show you that my incoming server is configured to create leads and opportunities from incoming emails. So this is done via this configuration here. So if I send the email, I will mark it as unseen again and go back. Maybe I should open another tab so that I have everything. But yeah, fetch emails. And if I go to the CRM module, remove the filter, we can see here the new object. So I have an order request with the email from this side. So one can easily also test this. And the last thing that I would like to show you is that for example, that we can configure also aliases. So I have configured one here. It's again, if I send an email to the info alias, then a lead opportunity will be created, and I would like that this lead will be assigned to the sale team 1. So here, I will shortly go back to the lead from before. So as you see here, there is a no sale team here down. And now I will go to the mail devil. I will create a new email. And I will send it to the alias info. Subject, new lead. So let's send it. Mark it as unseen, of course, important. Go back to the settings. Fetch it, and if you go to the CRM app again, remove the filter, you can see here the new lead, and you can see this time that you have the sales team assigned to it. So this was basically what Bob also showed Freya. So at the end, she was able to test her new module, and she was able to go in her vacation happily. And this was also everything from me. Do you have some questions? Yeah?
You can install it with Docker. Is it also possible to just install it in a virtual environment or something?
I don't see any problem with this. So your question was if it's possible to install it in a virtual environment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's written in Python, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
We use some app to visualize all the mails, because do standard visualize all the mails from customer, etc. It's not so easy. If you go to the send order, okay, but if you want to see all the mails.
If there is an app that is used to visualize the mails,
No specific.
I mean, my question is this related to the okay, in general, to visualize the mails? I don't use any app or any particular. Are there other questions? Yeah.
I like your graphics in the beginning. It was super. Then this real devil, you use this in a test environment, isn't
You ask if we use Mail Devil in the dev environment?
Test.
Test environment, yeah. Yeah, it's used for testing. So
Yeah.
it's just for testing
And
normally.
you're still using the standard outgoing and incoming mail settings in Odoo?
If you're using the standard incoming and outgoing email settings in Odoo, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there is nothing
There's no
addition.
additional app or whatever?
No, this
Okay.
is just I have installed only the sales app in order to show it, but it's nothing special. So it's core, it's Odoo core.
Yeah, the other thing I'm always curious about, customers are always happy to use their own email system. And to convince them it can also be used in Odoo, it takes a long time to convince them.
Yeah,
You don't know.
I mean, it's the Mail Devil is only for testing,
Yeah, yeah.
so it's not like something that you can use in a live environment.
Yeah.
It's just a testing tool.
Okay.
Okay, some other questions? No? Then thank you for your attention.
The microphone is this one? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Luis Millau, CEO of Caimi, and I've been working with To-Do for the last 12 years. Before I start, I would like to say that it's a pleasure to be here and share some words with everyone. Today, I will gonna tell about a little about the experience that we have in the past years with the retail in large projects that we made in Brazil that we can deliver some digital transformation projects in the recent years. For that, we of course need to pay attention in the market leaders, and this is the purpose of the talk, that we can think a little about how the China and that's the big markets of retail in the world, and how we can apply some of these concepts in Odoo. Then, what's the future of the retail, or what's the retail of the future? The new retail is a term created by Jack Ma, founder of Alibaba, and that's go beyond the omni-channel, that we have the integration of the physical store with the online store. And if we see this table, we're gonna have the top countries that we can see that China is far away from the other ones, 3 times bigger than the United States. And if we saw this graph, we're gonna see that the e-commerce revenue is bigger than the physical revenue, more than 50%. Then this is an important thing that we're gonna need to understand, because if your customer is not on the online, you are losing revenue. Then with that, we need to understand that if you have more traffic, we have more conversion, then we have more revenue. But let's take a brief look on some concepts that how we can do this possible. First, we need connection. Everyone knows that the internet's gonna be better and better all these years, but you can see in the map, I don't know where you're from, but in Brazil the internet's not the best one. And of course, it's not just that. When the internet stops, if you have just online software, you're gonna be in a mess. For example, if you are using Waze and Waze stops to work, everyone got pissed. But then the first thing that we need to understand is how we can make Odoo POS online always. The first thing that we have here is a move that oh. Yeah.
Stop working.
Yeah.
Just talked about the internet and how it works, so
I don't know, it's my fault. I think not.
We had the same thing happening previously today,
Okay.
and, but it was fixed eventually.
No? In the moment I don't touch anything.
Yeah, but it happened also before to. Let's close this one.
You just squeeze and look on your screen. Get together real close.
For you is short? You can see my screen there.
I have the screen.
But it's not the same screen.
Yeah.
There's something in the corner. Can you have to change the input.
Otherwise, what we'll do, we can try.
Directed.
Yeah.
I tried, but don't work.
Try to
Yeah.
make this one directly to
Yeah.
your computer here. Non, il y a un souci là, en fait c'est le projecteur, il coupe, comme ça fait Daniel tout à l'heure, là, mais je sais pas. Le projecteur il affiche pas le... Mettez sur l'écran. C'est sur l'écran. Il y a bien HD masté là, et après il le...
Ouais, attends. Par contre,
Il est branché là. Elle est branchée, ok. Ouais, mais on l'a bien sur le fil de...
So, let's continue. We are talking about the connection problem, and we have one. How do we say? When the technology doesn't work, we get pissed. But in Odoo, on POS, how we can solve this problem? Yeah. We have here a move that is recent that Odoo OCA is moving all the PWA code to the community. It's a very good move. But if you want that the POS really work offline, we first need to take care to don't make any APC calls that are not in the POS quick. And if we lost the electricity and the internet, how we can start the store again without the internet? We need to make a cache with PWA. Then you can see in this pull request, okay? And with these three tools, we can have, for example, a store. The cloud can be upgraded, and the store can run without any problem, okay? And the next one, how we can have a better offline experience.
I have a question for the previous slide.
Yeah.
Is it actually working when you delete the cache?
The cache for the POS or the cache for the cloud, because there are two caches. It's work, and if you don't delete the local cache, okay, you can reboot, you can start the POS without internet, and you can run it. Okay?
But if you manually delete it, then it's...
Yeah.
Okay.
User can do anything. Yeah.
No, it was because of some security stuff that,
Yeah.
requirements.
Maybe.
So I wanted to...
The next one, we need to pay attention how we can make the online work offline. We need ways to improve the user experience with online tools. How we can do that? We need to put things on the store that the user can use the online things to us can be able to see the actions and see what the user is doing, to track the user, understand the consume, and for that we have to make tools that are mobile first, and with this we can go to this kind of revenue that we are talking about, that we can increase the revenue, okay? And of course, if the guys here are older as me, we are used to be a Python programmer, but we need to be more and more a front-end programmer using the O or front-end app with REST API, for example. The next one is we need to have how do I say, another vision of the payment, the options that we have to receive the money, because these new options that we can see, the QR code payment, the face payment, they are able that we have more data about the user, and we see that more and more retailers are acting like a fintechs, and this is very important to understand what are the players that we need to connect to have a good product. The last one, the next one, sorry. We need to take care about the last mile costs, because when the user buys online, the delivery cost represents about 50% of the cost of the product. And if we are not connected to all the players, how do I say, we're gonna lose revenue. And blockchain is another thing that we need to, how do I say, it's going inside our quotidian, I don't know the word, but your daily use. We are starting to use blockchain to track and authenticate if the, how do I say, the meat that we are buying is good, and what's the farm that do. There are many options that we can put to the blockchain to ensure the retail security. Another good tool that we have in Odoo is the loyalty module, that we can use this module to get more information about the user, because when the user uses his loyalty number, we can capture and see what's the things that the user the customer is buying, and we can do this on POS and on the online store. It's a good way to understand the behavior. Okay. Let's see more technical things. We're gonna see here that we have more and more modules that Odoo is putting on the code and split the things, and this is very good that you see the evolution of the POS in the versions. Okay. And here we're gonna see there's an error there. It's the enterprise module. Sorry. We're gonna see that there's a lot of new enterprise modules on the next version, and you can see they have a lot of talks on the next days about that, and how they are approaching the market. I think it's a good another point, another point of view. Okay. And here, if we see all the architecture about this challenge, I think that it's my view of the architecture. How do we can solve the problem? But this is the real architecture. Okay. Let's compare this two architectures to understand what's the problem that we have here today with the POS. Okay. When we analyze the biggest players like Siphon from Oracle, the big advantage is that it works offline and totally independent of the cloud. And I think that the main defect or the main bad thing in Oracle that we have is that they don't have a good API. And if your customer have a third-party app, as we are telling on this slide, we're gonna have a lot of IoT things, a lot of third-party apps in the store that we need to connect to the POS. And if we don't have a good API, how we can do that? We can't. Okay. And we need to how do I say? We need to have a good API that works offline on the store, that can deliver the things that the store need. For example, if a third-party app wants to split a table, how we can do without connection to the cloud and connecting to the POS API. This must be possible. Okay. Our team already trying to solve this, and maybe in the next year I can show. But this is the current architecture of Odoo. We have here a lot of new things that Odoo are making that are not really offline. This is a problem because if the store don't have internet, the kitchen does not work. Okay, and the other layers of this arc. Okay, then we have to see that we need some things to solve in the local network. We need a better way to synchronize the POS with the other players, the other actors, and we need to be able to reload the POS, and we need a better support of Android because the hardware is 3 times cheaper, and about the synchronization with the cloud, without the cloud, we have this great model, POS multi-session from I don't remember the company, but they work with simple scenarios, but it falls sometimes. We need some support, and if the number of POS in the network increase, the synchronization becomes slower. I already talked about the offline reload, and we need to see how we can make the POS become an application to run without the browser. For that, on Windows and Linux, we put the POS on Electron with a web view, and on the Android it's the same. We use a web view, and the cache of PWA that I already said, it's a good thing. If we see here, we can see how we can solve the Android problem. We have the Android app and with a web view and the POS running inside. With a hack, we don't have any coarse problems to connect with the APIs. And these APIs, there are local software that can connect with the hardware. Yeah?
Did you say hack?
Yeah.
The hack is between what and what? Between the box and the...
On the Android software that disable the certificate, and you can be able to connect to any REST API without a valid certificate. But you're still using HTTPS, but you are bypassing the error. Okay. It's the only way that we can see that we can solve the problem in the localhost, in the local network, without having some problems that the user must accept the certificate every day or every week. And with that, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
We can put the POS inside the Android and use the hardware of the Android, like the printer, the card reader here, and a lot of other stuffs. Here you can see a self-checkout terminal that we are using, we have the same challenge that we have on the smart POS or a tablet, for example. And in Windows, we solve it with the IoT or maybe the Pi WebDriver. But we have two options here. We have the option of the POS selfie order from the OCA here. And we have here another user interface that is this one in a pull request from to OCA. What's the difference? The difference between these two options is that if you are using the OCA pull request, you have the same codes of the point of sale, but with another interface using Tailwind. And if you are using the POS self-order, it's a new business logic, and all the POS add-ons are incompatible. Okay. For example, if you install POS discount, this business logic is going to be on the Tailwind interface too. You just need to implement a new, how do I say, a new button or a new thing to make it work on the interface of the self-checkout. And the KDS, the kitchen, the things that the KDS of Odoo does not work offline. You have to pay attention to that. And we don't have the concept of the preparation time because if we are at dinner with your family, we want that all the plates of everyone comes in the same time at the table. And for that, we need to have the preparation time of each meal for the kitchen, synchronize it, and make it work. For the hardware, we need to pay attention that we need to have you need to use an Android hardware or a fanless CPU because the kitchen are how do I say, it's a very hot environment, and if you put a normal computer there, it's gonna stop to work in a few days. And another thing that we need to pay attention is that the KDS need to start without any setup. How do I say? The guy from the kitchen, maybe they don't have a keyboard or nothing there. Then he needs to start the hardware and start the kitchen. Just that, okay? Questions? Please.
In version 2008, Odoo started with the Raspberry Pi POS system. Have you heard of that project?
No.
Did it die?
Please.
What is the thought of that here instead of making everything different to implement an open server directly to the restaurant, for example, which you sync with the cloud, which means then you have everything locally
Yeah, let's try to answer your question. But when we are on the store with physical hardware, we have a challenge. That how do I say? As many touch points that we have, many problems we're gonna have. We try to do a, how do I say, a serverless infrastructure inside the store. But this is very difficult because you need some microservices running on the store to make the printer works, connect with the other hardwares, and sync the things. And for that, we, how do I say, it's a challenge. We are trying to solve that. When we are running with the sync, the post-session sync that I show, we need a server on the store. And this is not the best option, okay? In some cases, here, when we have here this guy, this is a microservice running inside the Android that we can communicate with a REST API. But it's a point of failure too.
Yes, but it's normal. I normally use it if you use Cordova and you have a setup like this.
I can hear.
But it's a normal use case that you use Cordova.
Yeah.
And then you make an record of that with view and communicate with the hardware. I use the same for the app I wrote.
Yeah, it's possible to. You can remove this guy and put the plugin or the SDK inside the Android app. It's possible too. You remove a layer, but if you have another POS that you want to connect with this IoT, you need a REST API again. If you have a distributed system, okay. Any more questions?
We can ask later.
Okay.
You're already a bit late.
Okay. No problem.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Bonjour. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here in Leix in the OCA days. My name is Joan Sisquella, and I've been working in ForgeFlow for 5 years. During this time, I have been working in several of the implementations, but one of my main tasks has been automate and create modules and scripts in order to do automatic reconciliation of payment providers. That's what I'm talking today, and today I'm the only one talking, but I have prepared this presentation with Ricard Calvo. First, I will give a little bit of context, explain the main problem and the actual state on the actual solutions in ForgeFlow, the OCA, and in Odoo. Then I will explain how does the payment flow work in Odoo in order to put a little more context. And I will talk about reconciliation, what does it mean to reconcile. What do we obtain from the payment providers, the information, how we extract them, and how we use this information in order to reconcile. And then I will present what I think that could be a possible solution for the OCA and short conclusions. Let's start with the context. We in ForgeFlow and also a lot of partners on the OCA work for e-commerce companies that have a lot of transactions and invoice from B2C. But the payments are done through a payment provider. So that means that you have a daily payment or a weekly payment with a very big amount, but you have little invoice for each client in order to be reconciled. So we need to automate this and create a pipeline between the individual invoices until the big payout of the week or the day. This automation in Odoo is not yet, and there is not yet in the OCA some modules that does this function. And in ForgeFlow we have some individual scripts and also modules that cover this function, but for the moment it's a little bit hardcore and customized for each company. So here I'm to explain what's the solution we have in ForgeFlow in order for the future try to create a standard module in order to be able to do this reconciliation with payment providers. I will give a very short context about how a payment normally works in Odoo. There is the e-commerce platform that could be Shopify or Odoo itself, where the customer buys there in the platform, and it's generated the sale order in Odoo. But at the same time, the platform connects to the payment provider and authorizes the payment. Then the flow in Odoo works. A picking is generated, and if it's a delivery policy, after delivering, the invoice is created, and a payment event goes from Odoo to the payment provider, which charges or refunds the quantity to the customer. But this is the payment flow. And now I'm going to talk about reconciliation flow, which is a different one. And it starts after all this happened. You need to connect to the payment provider, extract the data you need in order to have the information to reconcile and match. This has been paid, this is still open, and build this pipeline until between accounts until your payout in the bank. What does it mean to reconcile? It means that ensuring that two sets of records are in agreement. So at the moment you create an invoice with a debt in the customer's debt account. Reconciling this, it means that the customer has paid, and this reconciliation line is in agreement. So what is the structure of the payments with a payment provider? You have all these individual customer debts that you need to check with the payment providers if it's paid or not, with information from the payment provider, and reconcile them and start closing them. And at that moment that you know that the payment provider says to you, okay, this payment, this customer has paid. You close
the customer's debt, but the payment provider does not pay you each individual transaction. So you open a payment provider transaction debt that it says, okay, this I'm going to pay you because the customer has paid. And after that, you have the real payout in the bank, and normally it comes with information explaining what transactions are in this payout. So you need to find all these payment provider transaction debt and group them and reconcile against the payout. What do we obtain from the payment provider normally? Basically, there are two main, all the APIs are a little bit different, but you find the same things. You always have the information about the payout. You have an endpoint to find, okay, at this date, we have paid you this amount. And also you have one endpoint in order to fetch the transactions, and you know if something has been charged, refund, and also you can check there if there are some problems. With information about the transactions, you already have enough information to close the customer debt. And then in order to do this reconciliation about grouping all the transactions in one, in some payment providers, you already have all this information together, but if not, you need to build a solution in order to relate the information about the payout, and then with another endpoint, or there are different, you need to read the manual documentation of the API, but at the end you need to put all the transaction informations inside the payout information in order to do the reconciliation. And we extract that and we create two records in two different models, which is payment provider transactions for each information of each transactions, and the payment provider settlement for each settlement. How do we that in Forge Flow? We have a common code that defines the payment provider fields, the journals, accounts that is going to be used, and the API key and credentials to connect to the API, and two models for the settlement and the transaction. And then we have the files for the Stripe provider to connect to the endpoint, to get the settlements, to get the transaction from Stripe, for example, the same from PayPal, from Klarna. So at the end, we think that for the standard OCA solution, we could have a base model with this payment provider and payment provider settlement and transactions, and then create each model for each payment provider inherit from this base model of the extraction of the payment provider. And at this point, we already have we have connected to the payment provider portal, and we have extracted the data. And in Odoo, we have the data of the transactions in the payment provider transaction, and all the data you need for the payout in the payment provider settlement. And now we need to start to use this information to do the reconciliation. What do we do? What we do is, for each transaction, we create a bank statement line. But we could say that it's a fake bank statement line because the account of this bank statement line is not a bank account, it's another reconcilable line. So at the moment you reconcile this bank statement line, you close the customer debt, and you are opening the payment provider debt for that transaction. And then with the information with the payout, you look for these individuals, payment provider transaction debts, and you group in one in order to generate the payouts entry and reconcile against all of them. You can, here in this I've shown this figure previously, but it's the idea. I think I have, yes. Here is the bank statement line, and when we reconcile, a journal entry is created and closes the customer debt and opens the payment provider transaction debt. And then we do this reconciliation. All these are an example, but normally we have 1,000 in the same payout. Here it's the same graph, but with an example of credit and debit and numbers. So as I think here it's easier to understand. we have a lot of customers that has a debt. He has paid, but in Odoo we have the invoice still open because we need to reconcile. So this customer has paid 30 euros, 10 and 40. So after that, we connect to the payment provider and we say, okay, and the payment provider says, the customer has paid 30 euros, but I'm going to pay you 28 because a fee of service is 2 euros. The same for the other customers, and you start closing these customer debts and opening the payment provider debt, which is a little bit less because there are service fees. And then you do the same, you find all these payment provider debts and reconcile again a payment provider. There, it could be also a fee of service, but this is like the perfect case. Then in the reality it's a little bit more complicated, but the idea is that then there is adjustment because at the beginning maybe it's not paid everything to you, so they say, okay, I'm going to retain this money in order if for the future you need to do refunds, I'm going not to pay you. So at the end there is more cost, but this is the basic idea. And how do we have organized this solution? It's quite similar than the previous one that we use for extract the data, but for reconcile. We have some files, or a model with a file with the common code and a script in order to do this job of use the payment provider transaction and create the bank statement lines and reconcile, and the same for the payout that uses the Odoo format and it's already the Odoo's fields there, so it's common for all of them. And then we have for each payment provider another field that what does is convert what you have obtained from the API of each provider and translate it and create a bank statement line, create a journal entry. So again, for the standard solution from the OCA, I think the most what makes sense is to have a base module with these common codes and then inherit from this base, do a module for each payment provider that you need to reconcile. As a conclusions, I said in Forceflow we work with companies that has hundreds of thousands of invoice each month, so you need to automate that, and it helps in efficiency, it's time saving, you also reduce the human errors, and it helps in the prompt identification of issue because all that works as expected, it's reconciled automatically, and you just need to pay attention on why this invoice is not reconciled, why we have a payment from Stripe that we don't find any invoice for them. So you just focus your time not in reconciling things that work, in investigating what happens with the issues or the problems you could have in the system. And it's also a very scalable solution. As an issue or a thing to take in account when you use this kind of automation. Automatic doesn't mean forgetting about it, because normally when we implement this, there are people working on that reconciliation, and once it's automated, it's people start at it's automatic, people don't review, and it's important to review daily because things happen and you will have some payments and maybe you have not generated the invoice or the other way around. So it's very important to know that you have to maintain and you need to investigate if something is not working, find why and try to put it in the automation, because if not, at the end of the month you will have some transactions that are open and you don't know exactly why, and just close it and continue with the implementation. So I think that it's very important that this kind of scripts helps in triggering points that you need to investigate, and it's very important to do this investigation in order to avoid more issues in the future. And well, here is my presentation, and if you have any comment or any doubt, please let me know. I will try to give you an answer. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, please.
Do you have any plans to also do it for Molly?
We have also an integrations with Molly.
Okay.
Um,
It show on the
Yes, it does not show because I think we are working with 10 or 12. We have Stripe, PayPal, Klarna, Molly, at the end, Shopify payments. So we have, and yes, having all these payment providers always give you some. It gets complicated because you try to have a common code for all of them, and you need maybe to do an extra effort in order to convert all the formats of each payment provider to a single format that could work. But I think that is something that it's worth it, because at the end, later you only have to maintain one common code. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Second, it's a model that we are developing. It's named and to explain how are we working on it, how it's the organizations now. This is the microphone for YouTube, and this is the one. Okay.
So welcome again. So we welcome our next speaker, David Jimenez, who is going to explain how he's managing his server fleet with Odoo. Thank you.
Well, hi everyone, I'm David. I've been working at ForceFlow for almost 2 years, and today I come here to explain how a new model that we are developing in ForceFlow that it's still work in progress, but I will show you what's done. And well, let's see first the contents of the this is the first slide. The contents of the presentations. First, we will review why it is needed, then we will see the main requirements of the application. Then we will review a main scenario and the most common use case. Then I will show you what is done, the future goals to this module, and to finish I will make you a demonstration. Well, why we need a module to be able to execute scripts from Odoo? I will give you 3 use cases that have been reported by your team. And for the first case, imagine that you have a new worker on your company and you want to give him access to a server to, for example, do a Docker Compose down and Docker Compose up. These operations should not take any risk, but we know what happens if we do Docker Compose down -b. It can be harmful. So in this case, we want to give an script that is fixed and don't make any problem in the future. Then another case, for example, imagine that you are at 11 o'clock of the night, you are late on the sofa watching a movie, and then the phone rings and it's your client telling that the server is stopped and something's wrong. You have to wake up, open the laptop and enter to the server, restart, and it works. This problem should have been solved only by executing a restart command, but you have to wake up, get the laptop, and enter to the server. This also can be improved, but giving access to the client directly to this command of only restarting. And to the last use case is, for example, imagine that you are going on vacation and also you want to restart the server, but you left the laptop with the SSH keys on the office. You will be able to access to your Odoo by your mobile phone and restart the server easily. Okay, let's see the main requirements of the application. The first, and I think the most important, is that simplify the process. If the solution is more complex than entering on the terminal and executing the scripts on the server, it won't be a good solution. Then, for the client use case, most of our clients have a portal user to our Odoo, and we don't want to have to pay a new license for these customers using Odoo. So this has to take it into account. And to finish, we want a control and take all the information and don't lose any of these on the process. The main scenario of creating a new script is, first of all, create the script on the server. You will have to configure it, or if it's only a command line, it should be done. But if it's a more complex script, you have to prepare it. Then only you have to go to your own Odoo and set the script, the server information, etc. It's pretty easy. I don't know the word. It's pretty easy to do. And I think more complex part of this operation is talking to the end user. Sometimes can be more easy, sometimes not. We are developers. It's a hard time. And to finish, you have only to enjoy. The work is done, and you can lay on the sofa to watch your favorite movie. Okay, let's see what is done. From now, we have a module that you can execute scripts on the server, and we want to implement it with QueueJob to not stop Odoo, because it's a thing that's not. We are working on it, but I will show you later. Also, the portal user can access to this application and execute the scripts if you give him access. And to finish, we have multiple ways to connect to the server, like using password, using SSH keys, and etc. Which are the future goals? Before releasing the module to the OCA, we want first to increase the security, because it's a delicate theme, and we want to make sure that we don't leave any open door to possible breaks. Also, we want to increase the log system. You will see later that is a little bit limited, but we want to work on it more. And to finish, it's upgrading the visual elements, because it's a pretty ugly system. Okay, I will go to the demonstration. Let me change the view. Okay. Okay, here we have this app. It's the remote server app. If you access it, you here have the list of servers. I will create a new one. You can put the name you want, for example, test server. The tech name is filled automatically. And the address, I will use a server that we have configured. So you have to prepare it before. I will use the look for keys authentication method that will look into your public key and see if you can connect to the server. And the username. Okay. We can save and test if everything is all right, everything is connected. So I now can edit and create a new command. This command, it's a pretty simple one. No. I will execute it. It's a pretty hard. Okay. I will also give access to the portal user. Okay. And I can save. Okay, and if I execute, we can see that that succeeded, and if we look at the log, we can see that it executed a simple script. Okay, we can now access as a portal user. Please let me here. Okay, we have here in my account. We can access the servers, access the new server, and execute the same command. And if we see the log, Joel will is executed right now. This is pretty simple. We are working on it, and basically, if you have any suggestions, I will be listening you to the suggestions. So I think this is all. Any questions?
So it's a SSH connection?
Now it's only SSH connection. If any, that's the only connection that we needed. If any other connection is needed, we are open to review it.
How does the look for keys method work?
Looks for your public key on your local environment, and then checks tries to connect with the username that you hit. Like if you typing in the terminal like SSH to the server, and it will try to connect. If it won't, it will fail.
So that's the keys on the ODU server, because it's from the ODU server to the
No. Okay. The look for key tries directly to connect. There are another authentication method that yes, it takes the public key, and that's one of the increasing security problems that we can have. Another questions? Okay, thank you. Let's go lunch.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Well, you can go on Drive and I think directly you're gonna see it shared. Obrigado. Ready? Okay. So, hello everybody. Thanks for joining me in this adventure in the EDI framework. So, quickly, who am I? For the ones that do not know me, I'm Simone Orsi. I'm Italian, as you can understand from the gestures. I'm 41, pretty young, of course. I'm a Python full stack developer since a while. I work with Odoo since version 5, and I'm an OCA board member, and I'm open source adept since ever, and software architect, at Camp to Camp at the moment. Well, actually, since 7 years. So, quickly, the agenda for today. I'm gonna explain what is this framework, what are the motivations behind it, mainly the core concepts in really briefly. I'm gonna show you the pluggability of it, and next I'm gonna talk about what is new compared to last year. I had a talk also last year and the year before. I'd just like to keep everyone posted on the evolution of the framework. And then I will show some real life examples from our customer implementation. And at the end, a quick roadmap. So what is it? So for the one that are not familiar with the concept of EDI, basically it means exchanging data between partners. Okay, no matter which kind of data, no matter the partner, no matter the mean, the transport protocol for this data. So the framework is actually a modular system that takes care of everything you shouldn't care about, like the UI, making possible to configure the exchanges and automatize them as much as possible, both for inbound and outbound messages. So the main motivation actually is not written here, is that I was sick, I was tired of coding every time the same thing for every requirement, like, you know what, we have to exchange this data for this customer, and then we have to exchange this other type of data. Okay, then what you want to do is that you code it from scratch for the customer because of some specific needs. But sooner or later you realize that, oh, maybe if I pick this from here, pick that from there, I can make it reproducible. So the idea is that you should avoid replicating all the automatism whenever possible, and you should be able to focus only on the data that you want to send or receive and process, and the configuration. And possibly your end user should be able to manage these exchanges and, well, to see, inspect, or create these exchanges with the same UI. Doesn't matter if it's sales, purchase, warehouse management, whatever. Then the intent with all of this is also to reduce the amount of code that you have to do for the customer. Okay, so normally you should end up just with configuration and a little bit of customization only if you really have some critical, different piece of information to send or to process. Last but not least, probably many of you know that in Odoo core there is some EDI modules, but it's not a framework. It's basically Odoo style, so everything is bloated in the account invoice or account move or the specific models. So there is little decoupling, and as you know, it might be refactored like tomorrow or even right now, or move to enterprise solution. While the framework works for enterprise or community, doesn't matter. So some of the core concepts in brief, those are the four main pieces of configuration that you can have. So you have a backend type, which represent basically the macro category of the exchange. It can be Edifact, can be EDI, UBL, can be whatever, mainly the format, but it's up to you. You can decide what you want. But you can have different backends, maybe for different customers or different type of exchanges, but tied to the same type of the backend. Then you have the backend, which holds the main configuration for the exchanges. Can be like, I want to use this external storage, I want to use this web service, I want to have these endpoints available for this specific set of exchanges. And then the exchange type, which is, together with the record, is the probably the most important piece of the configuration, because it describes what the exchange should do. It doesn't matter if it's inbound or outbound. The record, it holds the data, inbound, outbound doesn't matter, and it allows you to unify the UI as well, because you are not going to store, for instance, if you are processing invoice, you don't store the invoice file that you get on the invoice, it's stored on exchange record. And the same for every kind of exchange, being a shipment advice or invoice or sale order. You have to understand that there are like four main actions, depending on if it's an output or an input. So you have the generate and send, so you want to generate the content of the message that you send, and then you want to send it. And then if you want to process an incoming exchange, you want to receive it, and you want to process the data right after. And all of these actions are totally agnostic. I mean, the framework doesn't care if you want to receive from a storage, from an endpoint call, from, I don't know, even for XLM RPC, doesn't matter. They're totally independent, but you have to provide a component that is able to generate, process, receive, and send. Then we have some secondary actions that are check and validate, which are mostly for checking the state of the current exchange, or for instance, validation. Like, I don't know, you're generating XML, you want to validate against an XML schema, you can plug your component for the validation and the system will validate it automatically. So very quickly, the workflow is that when you want to deal with an outgoing exchange, you simply have to generate a record. You create a record and then nothing else. Because the system will take care of, okay, this is a type X. For type X, I need that component. Give me the component, generate the file, schedule it for sending, and then it gets generated and it gets sent and processed through queue job. So it most of the time is asynchronous. Same for the input. You generate an exchange. It takes care of looking, well, it depends. For the input can be, if you have an endpoint, the endpoint is going to get called and it's going to generate a file automatically, an exchange record, and the system will take care of it later. Or if you have an external storage, you create the record and it's going to, based on your configuration, is going to check for the external storage, matching a file pattern, well, a file name pattern, and if it finds that file, it pulls it inside, and then it processes it. Pluggability. So as I mentioned before, the 4 main actions are meant to be agnostic. So what you have to do is that you register a component for each of those actions. Then you say, okay, for my exchange type, I don't want to rely on a generic component, because automatically if in the system there is a generic component defined, the framework is going to find that one and use that one. But if you want to be really specific, maybe because you have a custom one or because you have several exchanges of the same type, but you want to differentiate how they work, you can do that with a YAML configuration on the exchange type. So in this case, you can see that I want to, to generate, I want to use this component, output generate purchase order. You can also, I don't know if you're familiar with the way Odoo allows you to inject configuration through the context, but basically here with env ctx there, you can inject a context key in the whole environment of this exchange only. So you can parameterize the behavior of the processing, in this case, with a context key, which means that it allows you to reuse a lot of modules that are there already in the OCA. Okay, so imagine sale order import. There are default values that you can set in the wizard, because there is a manual wizard that you can use to import the sale orders. We can reuse that wizard, and we just propagate configuration to that wizard automatically via the exchange type. And we don't have to code anything specific for this. Then here you see that I'm customizing how to send out the message. In this case, I'm using web service send, which is a generic component that you can reuse. It's provided by the web service module. And basically what I'm saying here is that I want to use that component to send out the file. I want to use a post method, and it also allows you to use different endpoints per exchange type. So on the backend, we will see it later. On the backend, you can say, I want to use the web service, okay? This is the main URL. But maybe you want different endpoints to call depending on the type. And with this, you can inject variables to compose the final URL of the endpoint, and you don't have to configure it everywhere. Then, as I mentioned, we have the integration with the storage backends, which allows you to, in the OCA, you've seen the talk by Axon regarding the storage that has been refactored, but basically, it allows you to define the configuration for storage, and you can read and create file, put file in SFTP, in S3, no matter the storage. And this is plugged with a framework. So if you want to put file on an FTP, you can do that. If you want to read file from FTP, you can do that. You can also say, I want to, because when you work with FTP, normally what you do is that with the party, with a partner that is sending or processing the files, you have to agree on a way to say, okay, this file is processed or not. So normally what you can do is that you have 3 folders. So pending, done, error. So the system will allow you to configure this, and it will automatically put the file in the done folder, in the error folder, depending on the state of the exchange. For the web services, they are a little bit different, because you just send out to a service and you just get a response, and that's it. You don't have to deal with the state on a file system. So what's new? We have a new repository, EDI framework, because basically in the OCA we have OCA EDI, which is already quite crowded because it contains, at least until 14 and 15, the framework is there, so you have all the generic machinery for EDI, all the framework machinery. So we moved the framework machinery to this repository to keep a little bit lower the amount of module, which makes it also easier to understand where is what. It's been migrated to version 16, and we are working on the integration with the Edifact. So that's a very good news. Even if we don't like Edifact, don't use Edifact. So I'm going to show you a real life example. Mainly, I'm going to show you how it is configured and what is the outcome of that. We're going to see, in this case, a UBL exchange tied to sale order and order responses. Here I'm using endpoints and web services at the same time because I have inbound and outbound exchanges. I'm going to show you how you can configure the states for the exchanges, for the exchanges records, and how the outgoing records are automatically generated and sent. Is it readable? Kind of. No? Damn it! Can I zoom a little bit? No, eh?
It's a resolution problem.
Oops, entrada bloqueada. Che ha hecho tempo restante is going to explode, Daniel. It's
I just ruined my laptop. You know that?
No clue.
what is that?
First time I see this.
Run!
Run, run.
You have to stop the timer
Shift
at
function.
0,
Follow the
0, 7.
instructions.
Yeah.
So you need to do
FN shift, FN shift,
where the shift function.
and then this.
The corona pandemics.
FN plus right shift. Yeah, that's it.
What is doing?
Daniel, 1 minute.
It's time for you to get out, so I'm doing what it tells us.
But then you have to do this as well, no?
It just says click function plus. Oh, function. This is function. I
No, that's
switch-
control.
No, I switch them.
Ah, that's why. You rock. Thanks. In my heart. Okay, so, it's not so readable, but I'm gonna interpret the signs. So, up there you see the backend, okay? And as you should be able to see, that's a UBL type of exchange, okay? And the two types are actually endpoints and web service, okay? So, sorry, I don't have to move, right? I can move back. So on the right, you see that I have a backend. A web service backend. There is a protocol, there is a URL, a content type. In this case, is XML and authentication stuff. On the left, you'd see that. Actually, I'm on the same tab for the web services, and the first one is for the endpoints. Okay, so. On the backend, I configure. I need these endpoints and I need these web services for my exchange. These are the endpoints. So as you can see, I can configure as many endpoints as I want. So for instance, this customer wants to keep track of all the incoming exchanges depending on the customer, for instance. Okay? So they can send to their partners different URLs depending on the customer. And here, it's in basically Sanskrit, but it's basically to show that with a small snippet that you can code in the UI, you can generate an exchange. And this is basically a boilerplate that you can reuse everywhere, okay? And in there, I'm just generating a record. I generate the exchange record, and then the system takes care of that. Here you see exchange types. In this case, I have 3 types of incoming exchange types. As I mentioned before, because of the they want to have different behaviors depending on the type of the customers. And then I have 1 type, which is for the response, which is the same for all of them. What it means? It means that for processing the incoming, I need a different logic, different behaviors, depending on the customer. But for sending out my order response to say, I accepted your order, or this line got accepted, this one has been changed, I need just 1 single exchange. And what I can do is that I say, okay, these types use this hack exchange. So the system has the concept of an ACK. No matter if it's inbound or outbound, you can manage an answer to the message that you sent out or that you received. This is an exchange type. So generic configuration, you have a backend, you have a backend type, you have a Unicode to recognize it, and you declare the direction, so it's input or output. Then you can define the file name pattern. For an outgoing record, is going to just generate a file name. If it's incoming, in the case of the external storage, is going to be used to find a file in the storage matching the pattern. So you can also use a sort of a regular expression to find the files in the storage. Then the extension, some other tweaks. There you see the exchange type. In this case, UBLSO response. As I mentioned before, this is tied to the job, queue jobs. So there you can say, okay, for this exchange, I want to use this channel. And this is really interesting because sometimes you have, you can burn a lot of resources with Exchange, so you can sandbox each exchange in a channel, and then you can just process them with a capacity of 1 or capacity of 2 or 3, depending on the size of your infrastructure, and you can parallelize all the jobs. At the bottom, you see enable states workflows. So at Exchange type level, I can say I want to use these workflows, which in turn represent the states that I can use for the records that I generate. At the bottom you see advanced settings, and this is something that you've seen before. So there, well, it's not really readable, but I'm just saying that for processing I want to use a specific component, and that's it, nothing more, because that component is already capable of doing all the things that I need. So yeah, there you have the UBLSO response, which is the ACK exchange type. Similar configuration, so it goes out instead of in, backend type, the backend. There you see that it's an ACK for those 3 exchange types. And I can also say that this exchange type is enabled only for particular customers. Okay, so when I receive an EDI order, I will generate an order response only if those customers are matched on the sale order. Below you see again an advanced configuration. It's similar to the one that I showed before. It's just I'm saying I want to use that component to generate the file, and I want to use the web service to send it out. Nothing really special. Here you see an advanced configuration of the exchange type, which is really, really nice. On that tab, Model Rules, you can define rules by Odoo model. Which means, so for the first one, the first line is a manual action on the sale order. And this kind of action is a form button, which means that when the domain over there matches the sale order, a button related to this exchange type will appear automatically on the form. Okay, so you can configure, I don't know, maybe you want to disable the automation of the exchange and allow the user to send it out manually when it's done with the order. You disable it for the sale order, and the button appears, and you click the button and you send out the message manually. However, you have also the option to generate, well, to configure an automatic action, okay, which is the one, the second and the third screenshot. You have as well a domain, and you also have, it's not readable, sorry, but it's a piece of configuration that allows to say, I want to generate it when I write on the state, and I want to be generated only when the state is sale or whatever. In any case, this is just to say that there is a very granular configuration that you can do per exchange type. This is another configuration that you can do. Is not in the core of the framework. This is another module, is the exchange, ADI exchange template, which allows you to configure exchange templates that you can write in QWeb. And I don't know if you know it, but QWeb is not able only to generate HTML or XML. You can generate whatever, in a TXT, CSV, whatever. Okay, so it's a powerful module that allows you to, from the UI, to generate an exchange to be sent out. And in this case, I'm generating XML for UBL, but you can generate, as I said, whatever you like. And below, well, on the right, you see that there is a little code snippet that you can use to generate, well, to prepare the data for the template. So imagine that, I don't know, for whatever reason, your seller is not the partner of the company there, but it's something else. I don't know, maybe you're doing drop shipping and you want the seller to be someone else. You can tweak it there and you do whatever you want in Python. The result is going to be exposed to the template when it's going to be generating the output, et voila. Then here you see what I mentioned before on the exchange type. You can say, for the exchange type, I want to make available to the record that I will deal with, in this case a sale order, I want to have these states. And what happened with this is that when a sale order gets processed, it's going to be switched to the right state. Those are states that you can find in the PEPPOL norm. Well, actually they are suggested, they are not mandatory, but you can use them to identify the state of the record. And this is important because you want to send to the customer, or anyway to the third party, you want to send the information about the state of this order. So it has been accepted, it's been rejected. And at sale order line level, you get as well the computation of the state of the single line, which is, in this case, it happens by comparing the original data that you got from the input file, and it's going to say, okay, the product is the same, or the quantity is the same, or let's change it, and then it's going to update the state of the line. And even if you change the line manually afterwards, it's going to recompute the state, and depending on your configuration, it can also send out automatically another order response with updated data. So here you see the EDI exchanges. So that's a unified UI that you have. So basically those are all the incoming records that we have for this customer. And as you see, they receive the state, it gets processed, they came in through the endpoint. So you can also filter by endpoints or group and do your stats as you prefer. This is how an exchange looks like. So from there you see that it's attached to a specific type, specific backend, its status, the endpoint that generated it. If you have an ACK, you also get the relation to the exchange ACK. At the bottom you see related exchanges because you can potentially generate multiple exchanges that are tied to the initial one. Like for the in case of a sale order, you have an incoming sale order. As long as the sale order is modified till the very end, you're going to send out multiple order response depending on your settings, and you're going to see them all here. And this is what happens on the sale order. So that's a sale order that's been processed through EDI. In the EDI tab, you will see all the metadata, like the record that originated it, the type, the endpoint, and the EDI state that I mentioned before. As well as on the chapter, you will have, well, it's not real, but here is where it got in. So the record has been processed by the framework. And on top, you see actually, first, in the middle, you see that the order response has been generated and is waiting to be sent. And on the top, you see that it's been sent right after. So quickly about the roadmap, improve the UI, especially for the configuration, making it a little bit more easy to customize without having to know how it works under the curtains. And for the same reason, write some docs. Here are the references, EDI and EDI framework repositories. And that's all, so I'm open for questions. Herr Kramer, please.
Actually, two questions. First, I mean, do you have any capability to replay some of the transactions? Just imagine that this transaction goes to a failure state for whatever reason. Do you have a methodology in the framework that allows you actually to replay payload?
So he's asking if, just a repeat for the registration, he's asking if there is a way to replicate, to repeat in case of failure, to repeat the generation or the processing of the file. Yes. So basically, there is an automatic management of the states. So in case of inbound or outbound, you get waiting validation, waiting to be sent, or waiting for processing, or processed, or error on process, error on send. So depending on the states, you're gonna have a button which allows you to retry the exchange. And you can configure this, I mean, you can make it automatically through a cron or whatever. And there is also, actually this is new, I'm adding a PR for that. I'm making the job retriable, so in case, for instance, you're sending out something to the web service, it failed because for some reason the service was down, it's going to be repeated until, I don't know, 4 or 5 times, as long as you configure it properly.
Okay, perfect. And the second question would be about monitoring. Did you thought about how to properly monitor that? Because I think if you have several endpoints, incoming, outcoming, running with several transactions, then a monitoring of the transaction becomes a decisive thing for IT infrastructure people. So how do you
monitor? In case for monitoring, you mean logging or consumption of what?
Just to see and be informed. For instance, if you have an unusual amount of sale orders coming in that should tell you infrastructure people something is going wrong here. I mean, how is that actually? Is there actually a framework or a methodology that you apply to monitor these transactions?
Not at the moment. I mean, also in this case, the customer has an IT department, so they're normally checking the system, how it's going. I mean, if they get an alert from the sales department, in this case, they get notified from sales job queue job failures. So they're promptly getting in touch with us if they have any problems. So far we didn't have this need. And actually, we didn't have that many problems, and it's live since 2 years I'm scared to touch it. Okay, it's there. It's back, okay. Can I touch the mouse? Okay. So yeah, we didn't have this need, but yeah, it could be something maybe interesting.
Amount of transactions that you process with that?
Here they have hundreds of incoming sale orders per day, but they're introducing more and more customer month by month. And soon they're going to have also a full supplier orders management with that for purchases. So they will have, probably thousands.
An interesting use case would be, for instance, I think if you are working with a 3PL and you would like to have really deep insight into what is actually done in the stock with the 3PL, and you can get that EDI data back and forth, and then you are easily in the thousands per day.
Exactly. Well, we will discover it soon because we will have to plug VAMAS for the pickings, so for the warehouse.
Exactly. I'm curious to see that use case with that type of workload.
I'll tell you.
Okay.
It's over. Okay. Anyway, if you have any other questions, just feel free to reach me out around. Thanks. I stay here to support.
Yeah, thank you. Hi everyone. So this is a talk about collecting data to improve to get a cartography of your projects and to improve the estimate of when you want to migrate them. About me, so I am Sébastien Alix, an Odoo developer for more than 10 years now, and I'm working to Camp. And that seems strange, but I like migrations. Or
Very strange.
at least building tools to help to handle them. This talk will be divided in two parts. The first one is about a tool I started to write 2 years ago, named OCA port, that is here to help you to migrate your add-ons or to migrate commits or pull requests between already migrated add-ons inside OCA repositories. So I will present the new feature that happens this year in this tool and what is coming next. And the second part, so the first part is more dedicated to technical people. And the second part is a collection of Odoo modules that leverage for some features the OCA port, the first tool. And the second one is more dedicated, is useful both for technical and functional people. So what is OCA port? That's a tool for OCA maintainers to migrate modules and to port missing commits, missing stuff between two versions. So if you started to migrate a module from 14 to 16, for instance, but you still have the 14 version running in production for a customer, and you continue to do some fixes and some features on this version, and later on you want to port them on the next version, the 16 one, or any other version. And you can do also the reverse, backporting commits. So you can install it with pip or pipex. So the first features is about migrating modules, like you will do by following the OCA migration guide. So once you have your OCA repository clone on your workstation, in it you can run the OCA port command with the source branch for which branch you want to start and the target branch. So you can jump the versions. It will only focus on these two branches, so 14 to 16 if you want. Then the add-on and where you want to push your development branch, the tool will create for you. So it will do as the migration guide on OCA wiki explain. So it runs the git format patch for you, the pre-commit dance, etc., and commit this first commit. Then it will simply print the next step for you, so that the manual steps you have to do with the URL, so the OCA wiki page that targets the relevant versions you want to work on. And once it's done, you just click on the URL at the end to open a draft pull request on OCA repositories. And the second main features is once a module exists on the target branch, if you run the same command, it will tell you, okay, this add-on already exists on the target branch, but I have found some pull requests or some commits that are part of pull request that you can port to the next version. You can choose to not port it, and when you say no to this, you can also choose now to blacklist the pull request, and it will do a commit to store this information in the OCA repository. So the next time, or if other contributors want to port this pull request, it will be refused because a maintainer decide to blacklist this pull request. There is the same features when it's coming to port module. You can say, okay, we have this module now in Odoo standard. I don't want to port it anymore to migrate it on OCA. So you can say, okay, no need to migrate it. I blacklist them. You give a reason that will be part of the commit message, and that's done. And at the end, you will get a draft pull request with all the list of all ported pull requests you have done. Since last year, regarding the new features, so the tool is now able to detect pull request that has been opened by other contributors. So it will invite you to review this pull request instead of creating another one to not duplicate the job. Another features that is used with the next part of this talk is we have now an output, so here JSON output only supported, but we can already do a lot of stuff with that. When you set the output parameters, you are in a non-interactive session, and it will simply give you a report of what has to be done. So if the module has to be migrated, or if some pull requests need to be ported. And with that, OCA port is now also a Python package, and we can use it by importing it. So we can script with OCA port to get the JSON output, and you can see an example here of the process used, so migrate or port commits. And if an existing pull request exists for this migration, it will just report it. We have all other features in the bucket. So Simone started to work on that. We also want to work from local branches. So if you start to work with OCA port to port some pull request, you just stop there and you want to restart your job after. You can just tell the tool, okay, I want to restart from my local development branch, and it will restart the scan from there, but it will find the commit you already ported, so it will not annoy you again with what you already did. This also allows to migrate between repositories. It happens, we move modules from one repository to another, so we want to handle that. And to set a specific destination branch, so we don't let the tool generate the destination branch or the name of the branch for us. We can explicitly give it the name and the fork, the remote where we want to push. For this second part, I will present so an Odoo instance here that is collecting all data of Odoo modules, metadata, from Odoo repository itself and the 200 OCA repositories. So in this tool, you will declare the branch you want to scan, and with a flag if it is an Odoo version. We will see, because we can clone also branches that are not Odoo versions for specific project. Then you will have a list of repositories, so the Odoo one, community, and all OCA repositories. Let's go in one of them. So it is tied to an organization we created before, a URL, a Git URL, if we want to scan it or not. We configure the add-ons path, so in this repository where we will find our modules. And if we want to collect migration data, so behind this is OCA port that is used. Regarding the add-ons path, if we go on Odoo repository, we can see here two add-ons paths because we are finding the base module in Odoo add-ons and all the functional modules in the add-ons repository. So, and we can flag them as a standard module because after that we can filter on all our modules we collected to say, okay, this is standard plus enterprise if you want to clone enterprise repository, or if this is a community contribution, OCA or another repo. And as a result, once the scan is done, the first time it takes time, between 1 or 2 days of work. So you will get all the modules that has been scanned with some statistic about Python, XML, JavaScript, CSS, line of code collected from these modules. So we can see for OCA, we can go back bench maybe, that will be easier to read. So currently the 14 version has 2,500 modules. So we can see how much effort, so it will progress over time. And for each module, we get some information. So what we will find is a manifest file. Authors have been imported automatically. So could have duplicates here. And for each module, it belongs to a branch. It has a technical name. So from this technical name, we can find it be through Odoo itself. But 20 of them has been removed. So business analysts probably want to know what to do with them. Are they important modules? Are they replaced by the editor, by renamed to another module? We don't know, but that's something we want to know before migrating a project. And for OCA repository, we can now better estimate what are the efforts we need to provide to migrate our project. Or maybe we want to wait a bit if the community will migrate modules for us. But we know that some of them are fully ported, others are completely to migrate, others are to review or commits to port to cover the gap. And then you can export this as an XML file. I have already one here. I will. Actually, this is a file we are using internally as a template for business analysts, so they can start to work on that with the customer. So for each repository, we have the name of the module, its dependencies. We have ongoing work as well to give a weight on each dependencies. Or for standard, Odoo standard is not an issue, but for OCA and specific modules, to give a priority on which layer we want to work first to satisfy the dependencies for next layers. So the business analysts will be able to better plan what to do for the next month for the migration. So the amount of code could be useful to estimate the work to do. We will find the status available, removed. And for OCA repository, for each modules, we can say, okay, we have to migrate them, we have to review this migration, there is a pull request open, and we have some commits to port with the list of pull requests to check. We would like to port to cover the gap. And I think that's all for me. If you have questions, yes?
One question. You mentioned that it takes a lot, the first load. I think you mentioned 1 day or something like that.
The first time, yeah.
Because this is cloning physically in your storage all the repositories?
Yes, it is cloning everything and analyze each modules, each repositories. That's mainly the OCA port 1 that is taking time because it is also requesting GitHub API to get the information about pull requests. And if you do not have an enterprise token, for instance, to run this, you have some delay to introduce in your code if you don't want to spam GitHub API, otherwise you will get API rates limits exceed.
Okay, so you have already explored the option of doing it fully API. So, yeah.
No, that works because after, if you run the cron task every day, it will only restart from the last commit scan, and it will analyze, okay, we have 10 new commits on this repository. Among them, it impacts 4 modules, and it will scan only these 4 modules. And there is still room for improvement because lately we have a big updates of translations, for instance, on all repositories, and that triggers 7 hours of scanning on this. But it's something we can improve to, okay, if all the commits are related to PO file, I just keep them. I don't want to rerun the scan. That's wasting time.
Thank you.
Yes?
I saw when you define the modules of your
Yes.
Do you have, and I didn't see the version numbers again in the files, do you have an alert saying, okay, on that module there's a new version that has been published?
Currently not, and that makes me think I forgot to present something. So I will remove repository.
Okay.
Oh, you can just see it there. So the yellow lines show what is the installed version and what is available on OCA. So we can check what needs to be upgraded for this customer project. We have 168 modules. We could upgrade for it. As well for projects that are still in pending pull request, and we want to merge it to get it available on OCA. Another question? Yes? The commit, the version of the module, if you have the version, no. Yes. Yeah.
So what we are seeing here is a module available in the OCA, is an Odoo module.
This is Odoo modules.
This is?
Yeah.
Is in the OCA port repo?
No, this is not available on any repository publicly available yet. It's still in discussion, in fact, with various subject, maybe with OCA board.
Okay.
So, we will see.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's okay? Yes. Yeah, we're on it. Okay. So welcome everybody. My name is Remy. I'm working at CopyTZ. And I'm a developer and also one of the migration guy in the team. So today we are going to put some magic in your migration process by introducing a new tool, Odoo Open Upgrade Wizard. So there will be, oh, the slide is a little bit cut on the bottom, but anyway. So 3 parts: introduction, Open Upgrade Wizard, and the questions. And let's start with the introduction. So migrating Odoo database takes several steps, and basically it's setting an Odoo environment for each version, get database backup, clean your data, run Odoo with Open Upgrade for each version, and then export the database and go on production. Yes, there is a missing part, and that's annoying, so I will fix that. Why is it not working? Like mirroring, I should change, maybe like this. Okay, so if I try this, no, it don't want to do that. Full screen, yes, so I will do it like this. You will have the full slides. Okay. Yes, if you want to go deeper in this migration process, I invite you to watch the talk of my colleague Hugh that has been done yesterday at 10:30. And obviously, when you follow these steps, there will be issues, problems. So at each step of the migration, something will go wrong, and you will have to restart from the beginning or restart from the previous steps. And also, without frozen environment, your migration will not be deterministic. If you try to migrate at one time t, and then you try to migrate with the new database of the client, 1 month later, it should produce the same results. So that's important to have frozen environment. Of course, if you're working on one machine, you can have issues by setting multiple Odoo environments. Also, your data that's coming from the client needs to be cleaned before processing migration. It will save you lots of troubles if your data are clean. And also by doing this by hand, launching each process and like writing some little scripts to do that, it will be messy at one point. And yes, so we need a tool for fixing that, and this tool is Odoo Open Upgrade Wizard. So it's created by a cooperation between Sylvain from Le Grappe and CopyTZ. And there is now other contributors participating to the code. So about Open Upgrade Wizard, what is it? It's a CLI tool that helps you to create a migration environment and automate and standardize your migration process. It comes with defaults to migrate Odoo Community Edition, the standard module, I mean, and it can be configured, and in fact it must be configured if you want to port also OCA modules or custom modules that you have developed. It's on PyPI, and the code is on GitLab, so the link is on the screen. And it's currently used at CopyTZ for migrating our client database and at Le Grappe. So what's the technologies behind this tool? It uses Docker, to create the environment for PostgreSQL and the Odoo environment. It used Git aggregator to get the code and all the peer pull requests you will create or need for migrating your database and your modules. It used Python as a programming language, also as a scripting language to fix things in the with your data. It used SQL, obviously, to fix and clean your data, and it used YAML as a configuration file. So now I will get the journey with you in the process of migrating a database. So with this tool, the first step you do is using the init function. It's on the title left. All the functions, all the commands linked to Odoo Open Upgrade Wizard will be on the top left. And so this command, it creates a directory with directory created and configuration files and templates that you can use like this if you want to migrate a database with community edition modules, or that you need to configure if you want to port your custom module or OCA modules. And you need to specify little things like the project name, the initial version, and the latest version you want to migrate to, and also fix the PostgreSQL version you will use for this, this migration. Then, when you have done that, you want to get the code. So get the code for each version of Odoo. So for doing that, you have to write your custom repositories and the OCA repositories you need in the file, the YAML file that's mentioned on the slides, and then it's basically a Git aggregator file. So easy if you use already this tool. If you do not know it, check on GitHub its documentation. And what getcode is doing is just using Git aggregate to aggregate all the code you need, all the pull requests you need for your migration. Of course, there is a little option that you can use for resyncing only one version. So, example, if something is new in the 16th version, you can just rerun this only on the 16th version. There is also a nice feature about pulling submodules. I will not go in deeper on that, but you can read the manual of the program if you want to use it. And after that, you have your code, you have your project directory, and then you can build your Docker image to start migrating. So building the Docker image, you use the Docker build function, and what it does, yes, obviously it's building Odoo environment, but if you want to configure it, you can use the extra Debian requirements. If you just need one Debian package more to run your Odoo, you can just add it in this file. And if you want extra Python requirements, because your custom module need it, you can add it in the extra Python requirements.txt. And if you need more customization, for any reason, you can just modify the Docker file that comes with Odoo Open Upgrade Wizard. You can change it the way you want to fix your need, to fit your needs. Sorry. Obviously, building the Docker, you will not need to do this every time you go in the project. Many you do it once, and then it's done for your migration process because the code is not part of the Docker. The code is on your local machine, so it will be updated if you use getcode to resync your code. You will need to rebuild something if you need new dependencies or something like that. Okay, so now you have your environment set up. So you have two choices. The first choice is, I want to try a migration. So you can use the the function install from CSV, and this command will create a fresh new demo database, and it will install the modules that you can list in the modules.csv file. So it's a CSV file. You can add one module per line, and you will end with a new database, fresh database with demo data. And you can try your migration process with that. That's the first part. The second part is, okay, now I have my production database and I want to import it in this migration environment and try to migrate this specific data. So for that, you use the restoredb command. There is several formats supported. They are listed there, but mainly it's just an import function using default tools of PostgreSQL to get your database into the Docker environment for this migration. It's not merged yet, but will be soon. Okay, so now you have your environment, you have your Docker configured, you have your database, and now it's time to check if your database works in the initial version. So for doing that, you can just use the run function, and the run function will start the database, restart an Odoo on this database, and you can access it with your browser. So easy. And there is an option, like you see, step 1, and that's a little bit non-clear at the moment, but it will be clear later, and because when you have your database, you access it, everything is okay in the initial version, you can begin to upgrade. And so the upgrade subcommand is there for doing that. So a migration consists of several steps. One step is for a regular update with the initial version. Then you have one step for each update with open upgrade result. And at the end, you have a regular update on the latest version, the target version. On the slide, there is an example for going from 14 to 16. And the last step, obviously now with the new framework of open upgrade, it's not needed, but with previous version of open upgrade, it was a needed step because open upgrade was a copy of Odoo at one point of the time, and maybe Odoo has moved forward a little bit in between, so you have to resync your database with the latest Odoo version. Yes, so what's a step in the open upgrade concept? So a step consists of the 3 following actions. So running a pre-migration SQL script, updating the module on the database, and then running a post-migration script in Python. These 2 scripts has nothing to do with the post and pre-migration script you can find in open upgrade for each modules. These are more generic scripts that are run each step of the migration. It helps you to clean your data and fix things that are not common. And I will go deeper in that on the next slide. So, yes, and last things, obviously, what is really nice with this is that with the upgrade command is that you can choose which step you start from and which steps you end. So a good process when you try is to just go from the first step to the second step and see if everything is okay. If everything is okay, then you can go from the second step to the third step, and go, etc., etc. It's easier to restart from the previous step. Okay, so the pre-migration script. So as I said, it's SQL queries that will be run on the database The important thing is that as it is SQL, Odoo is not launched at this time. So if the database is broken, for example, in the initial version, you can clean it and make it work without running Odoo. You can remove unneeded data, perform operation, mass operation on data, because SQL is fast. There is also a small command to execute only this script on a database without performing the other stage of the step, like updating the modules and so on. And obviously, if you fix, if your SQL file, pre-migration file, fix a common use case, I encourage you to add it on the open upgrade script on the right module. Do not keep it for you. It's too selfish. And then the same with the post-migration. But the post-migration is in Python. It's run with the shell, or mainly in Odoo. So you can perform like more generic operation. For example, uninstalling a module or installing a module or fixing some data with Python. Sometimes it's easier, but it's also a little bit slower. So keep that in mind if you have a lot of data. Okay. So with all that, normally you will end the step and your database will be migrated. But there is small helpers, like the PSQL helpers. As its name suggests, it's just PSQL on your database, so you can inspect it. As your database is in a Docker, you don't have to remember the name of your Docker and so on and so on. You can just run PSQL, my database name, and then you run any command you want. To inspect your database at one point of the migration steps to see if everything is okay or to try fixes anyway. And also the CopyDB is a really useful helper, as you can at any point of the steps, you can just make a template or copy the database to start again without losing all the previous steps you've already done, and that works. And finally, you can dump your database to get a backup and put it on your test or staging server. And yeah, that's it. Several formats available also. Okay. And now it's a biggest. I let the most important to the end, because before doing all that, you have to be sure that you have all the modules you need in all the versions. A little bit as the previous presentation introduced you. A bigger product here is a little smaller, but does the same thing in the way that it checks that the module you have listed in module.csv exists on the initial version. So it will report which module is missing. Maybe you forget to add your custom branch or something else. And it will check in other version for each module. Does this module have been renamed? Has this module been removed? Is the migration already done, the porting of the code already done for this module or not? And it will give you a nice report with all this. And it also estimates the time, and you can configure the estimation time based on the velocity of your team, and that can be configured in the configure.yaml file. I will show you some example after that, after the slides. And okay, so what's the improvement that need to be done on this tool? Is working on the CI. It's a little bit complex because it runs Docker and so the CI is a little bit complex and it needs to be improved. We need to add some more features like command to drop the database or other features that will help the process. And yes, for example, make debugging Docker easier. In fact, lots of little things that will ease more the process. And there is also like other features that we don't use often, but for example, there is a feature for generate module analysis for a module. It can be the standard module, but generally it's done by the maintainers, but you can use for your own module if you have made change and you have not tracked it. So yeah. So now I can show you a little bit of example. So if I go over there like this, I can show you a report. Yes. Yep, without error. Did he? Yes. Okay. Nice. This one, yes. So the screen is small, but yes, that's the kind of report you get using estimate workload. Obviously, it gives you errors if they do not find some the modules, but it lists also all the modules, all the version, green when the module exists, and other colors for other types. It also give you information about if there is something to do or not. The first part is for standard modules, and after that you have all your custom module. I will reach it now. So you see, for example, OCA modules. Is it ported or not? And an estimation of the time. Here is the time in minutes, but you can set it in hours like you want. And if you want to export that in Excel file, you can just copy paste it and make computation on that. So that's for the report. And if we want to look at an example of an Odoo Open Upgrade project, it looks like this. So you have maybe 3, 4, 2 will be okay. So you have log files, configuration files, log files, and then your environment, your scripts, your environment here, and yeah. Maybe I can stop here and ask if you have questions, and I can show you an example. Now I'm working on porting the HR module from 15 to 16, so I have a little environment for that. Yeah. Is there any question? Yes?
Let's presume that I'm a database administrator. I don't know nothing about Odoo. Company has installed version 16. I'm looking at the database. They're asking me for tomorrow to install Odoo 17. I'm going to install version 17, the database. They also asked me to migrate the data from 14 to 17. As a database administrator, I'm looking at, okay, version 17 has a new data structure. So what I do a delta, what's in 14 is missing in 17 and vice versa. Then I look at the data, okay, I can migrate the data from 14 to 17. If the company is going to start version 17, will it work? And if not, why not?
So your question is, so your problem is that you already start working on the 17, and you have also data on 14 that you want to.
Yeah, I have
keep
nothing
back.
in the no data in that
Okay.
17.
No data in
But I have installed the database structure.
Okay.
In 14, I have the database structure and the data.
Okay, so as far as I know, migrating database in Odoo doesn't work like that. So you have to start with your database in 14 and use the Open Upgrade tools
I don't know anything about it, so that's what
Yes, but if you know anything about it, you can do that.
The data from A to B. And the question is, what is going on? It will not work.
It will not work, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So you need to use the OpenUpgrade script, because on the OpenUpgrade script there is the information that these field of structure has changed and the data should be changed this way to match the new data model in the targeted version. So all the information is there, and yes, there is no automated tool that can do that all the way that it's meant to be used. And the way it's to be used, the way it needs to be used is like I suggested in this project with the process I presented. Other questions? Yes, Remy. The copy database is separated because we don't know if your database is really big or really small. So at each steps, you can choose, okay, I need to make a copy because this step works. So I can just copy it using CopyDB, and you choose a name to back up it. But maybe your database is really big and you don't have the place to copy it, and you can just dump it, for example, using the dump command. So it's up to you to choose how to do that, but you have to do it manually at each step for now. Yes? Sorry, I didn't hear it.
If you have an enterprise database,
enterprise database, okay. So go ahead. Enterprise database, yes. I
normally use it all data migration and how can I use it with OpenUpgrade?
So if you have an enterprise database, I'm not manage enterprise database, so I've heard that you can give your database to Odoo and it will send you back a database with standard module migrated, but not your custom modules. I think it's that. And okay, so if you have that, you can just configure this environment to run OpenUpgrade just on your custom modules. And so you follow the same process, I think. And the update will be done only on your custom modules. Yes.
Okay, so you say okay with the custom modules, using OpenUpgrade and the rest is.
Yes, I think if your database you get the module will be listed as version 16, for example, but a module that will have not been updated by Odoo as a version number like 12. And so when you perform an upgrade and not activated, yes, so you may need to make a script in the SQL to reactivate it, or by Python, and then performing the upgrade and the update all will be done only on the module with lower version that you targeted. Yes, other questions? I think you're almost done, so. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you are well today. I'm going to give a talk about how can we generate add-ons directly from UML diagram. All right. My name is Ahmad Daniel Sembiring. You can call me Ahmad. You can call me Daniel or Sembiring as well. I am from Indonesia. Close from here, only 24 hours, I think, flight. I'm working for Odoo implementation projects since 2011. It was version 6, I think. I'm also an instructor at Udemy, if you know, and also write some books, ebooks, especially for Google Play, and CEO and founder for my company, training.com. Okay, thanks to advanced Odoo framework, we can extend Odoo functionality easily, right, by just creating something called add-ons to enhance the functionality and the features of Odoo. Okay, and then as a business and database application, before we go to develop the add-ons, of course, we have to write some modeling, the relationship between the table and so on, using tools like ER diagram or UML diagram, the most popular one, right? And then there are many tools that we can use to draw and to model our application. One of it is StarWML. You can check that using the link, the StarWML.io. But I'm not affiliated with these things, this company, but it's cool, so I select to choose that tool right now. It is a free available modeling software. The most cool thing that we can get here is that it can generate coding directly from the diagram that we draw. It can generate coding to Java, PHP, Python code, and so on. And then here in this company, we create an extension of that StarWML software that are able to create Odoo add-on completely. A folder that contains all of the files required as a complete Odoo add-on. Consists of Python file, XML file, manifest, and so on. And the most important thing is that it is error-free, right? If you know, when we miss some spaces in the Python file, then our add-on will not work at all, right? Just because of the missing spaces. And also missing bracket, opening and ending bracket on the XML file. That makes our whole system very hard to debug. So this is the tool that will make our life easier much more, right? Okay. How it works exactly? So when we have done the modeling inside the UML diagram, especially the class diagram, we don't use all set of UML diagram here because we have a use case, we have a sequential diagram, and so on. Here we only use the class diagram, right, and the relationship between those classes. The tools will loop every entities that are inside this diagram, whether it is a class, the relationship between those class, and then the type of the ending arrow here, it will be converted into the valid Odoo syntax, right? And then it will create the Python classes, the XML views, the key web report, the security access file, the group definition, and the manifest, and of course the init file to be recognized as a valid Odoo add-on. Alright, and then we will create two folders for these generated add-ons, which I will explain it later why. And then of course you can also check the coding of this particular extension on my GitHub here. Okay, so what is generated? What's generated by these tools? The fields that we are required, that is required by Odoo, like char field, date time, date field, integer, float, and so on and so on, as well as the relational field like many to one, one to many, many to many, the selection field, and so on. I will try to explain that on demo later. So basically, this is what is generated by these tools, including the XML, XML for the particular class, XML for the inherited models from Odoo, like REST partner, REST user, currency, account, and so on. Also the buttons on the XML already generated as well, the icon, application groups, and so on. Okay, the first thing that we have to follow to draw our diagram correctly and be able to be exported later to valid Odoo add-ons is some kind like a convention. We have to follow this convention so that our diagram is treated correctly later when we export to code. The first thing is the naming of the class, like this. It should be it should have something called namespace, so that our class will not conflict with other add-on. And then the name itself, of course, it is the name of the entity, the class entity. And then when it is inheritance from other Odoo existing model, any Odoo existing model, we can inherit it from at our diagram using the attribute here, the class attribute called underscore name, which is the equal to the Odoo name, Odoo class name, and then the underscore inherit, also the Odoo class name, which is the external ID of the class name, right? And then other attributes that we want to add to this inherited class, like in this example, is it an instructor? Is it and it is a Boolean. Other field that we want to add to that inherited class, and then other normal field should be treated like this. So we type the attribute name or the field name, and then colon, and then the type of the field, which is should be a valid Odoo fields, like we do in the normal case, in the normal coding, the char and the integer, the float, and so on, including the case. It should be a valid case sensitive as we do in normal coding. Okay, but for the relational field, we do not put that on the class itself, but rather we have to write down or to draw a line between those classes, right? So this one is for example, and the most important thing is that when this class has one-to-many relation to other class, then the ending arrow for this class should be the one with diamond. Right? So this one is the one-to-many, and the other side, the other opposite is the many-to-one. So this is the convention that we must follow. It is actually the same as the normal UML diagramming convention. And then the next one is specific to these tools. For example, we want to add other field attributes according to the Odoo specification. How can we do that? we just put on this field and then go to the documentation box here. I will try to demonstrate this later after this. And when we type, and then we type a JSON format, a key value format, that is actually the actual Odoo attributes, Odoo field attribute that will be translated or converted into the actual coding letter to the Python file, right? And when we want to put those attributes to the XML file, we simply put this this prefix, the XML underscore prefix to the attributes that we want to put that on the XML. For example, domain. For example, the invisible, right? Those things are valid on the XML. So we want to put, we have to put the XML underscore prefix to those attributes. Okay, let us see that later. Or maybe I will switch back from the presentation to the actual diagram, right? So we can save the time later. Okay, here is the sample of the diagram that we have prepared for this demonstration. So for example, I draw a class diagram, which is simply by dragging this this class diagram and then put it here, right, to create a new class on the diagram. But right now I have done that, so I will delete this one. Okay, so this appraiser class, for example, is to store. The main idea is to create an application to record an appraisal for employee, 360-degree evaluation for an employee, and then the value is stored in this appraisal table, right? And then we can see that I have put attribute name with type of chart and period start, date, evaluation date, and so on, and also the nodes, which is the HTML field. And then we are at the relational field or field attributes. Okay, so for example, here I put the relational information between the appraisal class and the employee class, which is a inherited class from the HR employee. Okay, the HR employee, we draw a line between those class like this, and then at the many to one side here, many to one side, we can define more information for this field. So when we draw a many to one relation between two classes, we can name the ending of this arrow that will be treated as field later, many to one field in this case, later when we convert. And we can put some additional information here, which is actually the field attribute that will be converted to Python or XML class, XML file. For example, I put help here. This help will be appended to this field definition, right? And then when we put XML domain, for example, here, which is a valid domain syntax here, job ID is I like manager, but this attribute will be sent to the XML file for this appraisal class, not in the Python file. So that is the idea. And then next, one-to-many field attribute, for example, when we have one-to-many like this one is one-to-many, one-to-many. So the appraisal class has a relation to deduction, for example, to deduct the final result of the appraisal. Here we can add more additional field, additional JSON format actually, which is 3 editable bottom that will treat this one-to-many tree letter and add the 3 attributes to editable equal to bottom, so that it will not pop up when we add new line, right? If you can imagine that. Okay, it will shows like this. So it will not pop up something, and we can type it directly to the table. And then the next thing is that we can put CSV data content for a class for our default data for a class. For example, the master data and the static data, right? We can put that also in the documentation section. For example, this evaluation criteria is actually a list of selection that is by default inserted to the table, and then later we can put more data on inside that. But when we install the add-on, this master data is automatically inserted, and then it will be converted to CSV files like this. Okay, and then the selection field, for example, for selection field, it is actually simple. Just put the type selection, the field type as selection, and then at the documentation or the default value, we put the values for the selection, just like the normal Odoo syntax, which is the tuples, a list of tuples which contain the value and then the label, right? So this is the value and then this is the label. Okay, that is the selection field. Kanban view, it also convert or generate the Kanban view for all of the classes. And if we want to put image on the Kanban view, just put image field or image small, which is a binary type field, and then it will be treated as Kanban image on the left side of the Kanban. And then the graph view, and then the calendar view, if we have a date or date time field on our class, it will automatically generate the calendar view. Okay. And then if we want to put class method, the functions that will be generated later or detailed later, the logic, but the name is typed here, then we can put those methods below here, which is by adding this icon, add operation. And the section below is actually the method. The section above this is actually the field, and then this one is the method. Okay, just type the method name, and then if it is just a simple method definition, we can put the logic down here on the specification. For example, anything, any valid Python code can be put here in the specification. But the convention is that when we name the method like this, action underscore invite something, action calculate score, then this method is also treated as the action buttons. And at the XML, the generator will generate the buttons called invite something here on the XML. And then when it is clicked, then this method is automatically called by the button. And then the next important thing is that we can create a compute field directly here. Compute, you know. For example, this field, total something, bobot is actually a weight, total weight. And then we put the compute is underscore compute totals, which is actually the operation or the method here, the private method that will be called when this field is computed. So this all total field is actually compute field. We can set it here up to the final grade. It is actually a compute field. And then the compute method definition is defined here, right? So it will be called when we open the form or the tree calculating this field, right? And then the next interesting thing is on change. We can set the on change method also in this diagram by specifying the field that is trigger the on change method. So we have on change employee here at this employee ID field, which is this one. So when this many to one field is changed by a user, then this method is called automatically by adding a decorator, right? Decorator on change above this method. Okay. Okay. Right now, before continuing the slides, let's try to generate this diagram, right? So we can save some times. So let's try to convert this into Odoo add-on. By doing this, tools, Odoo generate code. Okay. So by default, the application, the Start YML application, does not have these two menus. It's only contain up to Python, I think. But we create the extension for this application and install that on this application. Then the menu appears like this. Odoo generate code. Before that, we check the configuration. This is the namespace that our class will have, so that it will not conflict with other add-on that we might have in our database. Yeah, so you can put anything here to represent your company abbreviation, for example. Just type this, for example, and then close. That's it. And also the version. It supports version, I think 10 to 16, maybe next week's 17. I have today. Okay. I hope so. We have to check the syntax next for the 17. But 16 is okay right now. Okay, and then we generate this by clicking the generate code. This diagram. Actually, we can have more than one diagram here to split the complexity of our application later. So this diagram is for this feature, and this diagram is for this feature, and we can draw all of those diagrams in one file. So yeah, we don't have to move from other file to other file, and then we can select this diagram and then OK, and put that on the folder of our add-on folder directly. For example, this one, I simply delete this to make sure that this is a newly generated one under 16 add-ons OCA open. Okay, that's it. We can go to our editor under OCA 2023, and then this is the generated add-on folder. We have two folders here. Right? This is the class definition. Let's check one by one. So we have model folder, which contains all of the classes that we have in the diagram, right? So we check to the appraisal PY. This is what is generated. We don't have to type this manually again anymore. Okay. Right, we have come to this so far. So we have a on change method, and then above that we have a decorator, which is to trigger the on change on the employee ID field, which is actually the field that is a many-to-one relation to other class, right? This is the class definition. And then next, we have come to on change the action. Okay, the action is when we put something like this in the diagram, then we will have an empty method like this, ready to be inherited or define the logic by the programmer, right? So actually this tool is used by system analysts or business analysts to define or to model the application, and then you have to write down the detailed information about the content of the method, and then the developer will do the logic there later, right? So this one, so it is ready to be inherited on the other add-on. Okay, when we have the action underscore method like this, then we will have also the XML file. This is the XML file actually. We have the tree view, the pivot view, form, search view, Kanban view, calendar view, graph view, appraisal view, and then the last one is the menu for the application for this appraisal object. It saves much time, right? Rather than typing this manually or even using template from the editor. We come to form view, where we have the header section, right? And we have the action button, which will call our method automatically, and it has the string as we define in the action method, right? Okay, and then this one, this confirm, mark as done, reset to draft, is coming from this state field. So when we have a special field called state, which is a type selection, then our generator will translate that into workflow action button, like this one. And of course, we can inherit this one to match our workflow later, but the template is already there, and then the method is already there as well to change the state, only to change the state, right? From state 1 to state 2, state 3, and then back again to state 1, right? And then also when we have the state field, special state field, it will also inherit the create method for the class in order to get the sequence number automatically. So it assume that this class has state, and it will have the numbering, document numbering, that is also generated from this generator. Okay, let me speed up. Action, compute already, key web, or the last one is key web. So it will also generate the key web report for us, which is stored in the report, this one. So we have the template for the report, and then the menu for the report as well. And then we have pivot view. Pivot view is defined in the XML. This one, okay. This is the report. This is the view for the appraisal, which is like this. I have shown you before. This is the pivot. Okay, pivot definition for the class. Okay, and then the state field, I have talked about this. And then the last one is the manifest. So of course it should generate I can share the slide if you want later. Yeah, so it's okay. So we have the manifest, of course, this one. This is the manifest, and it will automatically pull up our all of the CSV and the XML that is needed by this add-on. And also we can set any key for the manifest here. Anything that is valid on the Odoo add-on. And also we have put some more, some additional key for the manifest, which is it's stored here, which is the icon actually. Where's it? Okay, we can put the icon in the manifest file on the diagram, which is the actually the documentation for the diagram. It will be converted into the icon, the menu icon. Actually, can find it here. Okay, somewhere here, right? Somewhere here. Okay, the manifest, right? And then lastly, the menu. Of course, all of the classes should have a menu for user to be able to access that class. Let me show you the final result of this generated application. This one. So this is the one that is generated by our diagram previously. So this is the default setting for the XML, which is the normal field is located in the left side, and then the relational field is located on the right side. So it is configurable later on the inherited add-ons. And then this is the editable bottom action. If we do not put the this one is editable also. If we do not put the editable, then it will show a pop-up, right? Okay, that's all from me. Any questions? Thank you. Question?
In the documentation where you put JSON things,
yeah.
Do you validate that syntax?
Yes.
Same for Python?
No, it is internally. It is internally in this application. So if it is a non-valid JSON, then it will show some error. Yeah. So it is actually safe for us to put JSON there. Next, please.
Let's go to the beginning, in the start. We have the Odoo object-oriented model. And then we're going to create star diagrams.
Which one?
Yeah, so we have the OO object-oriented model from Odoo. Everything is already defined. We're going to create star diagrams.
Yes.
With fact tables and dimensions. Dimensions are you create dimensions once and they don't change much. And the fact tables, they will change. Then what I see you can create with the star UM model.
Yeah.
Do I start from the beginning to look in Odoo? Okay, this is the employee directory of table. I'm going to create in star UML manually these tables or not? Or is there a way to import from the model to star UML?
Yeah, that's a great idea. I think right now we do that manually. Manually. So we remember what is the employee name actually.
Okay.
But we can look at that in the Odoo source code, of course.
We do this manually. Then you have created this nice button generate code.
Yeah.
That code will be generated. That will create tables in the post SQL table.
Yes, of course.
It does.
Yes.
But it has no data.
Yeah. No problem.
No.
No problem.
It's a
So.
question. So you create database structure.
Yes.
How does the data get from the employee database to the star model?
No connection between the actual table to the diagram.
So you have to do import export. You have to
to Odoo actually, not to the diagram anymore. So the diagram is only for modeling our application, and then we install that in our database, Odoo.
Yeah, you have it in a database, and then how
Yes.
does the data get into the star model?
Star ML? Oh, no. If when we have installed that generated add-on or generated application from Star ML, then we will have this menu automatically, and then where we can type or input the data directly here, or even import them from which is actually Odoo default features here.
Oh yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Odoo has that.
Here
Yeah.
you import the data into the star model. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got the point. Thank you.
Got it.
Sure.
So, is this only to create a new module, or is it practical to also maintain and improve the module? Like for instance, if someone wants to make an announcement in form of a commit, then you would have to put the changes back to the style domain. So, is it practical to maintain a module on the long term, or is it only to more quickly create a new module?
Yeah. Basically, we use this. Oh, the question is it possible to modify the existing module in Odoo, right? Yes. Or create a new application in Odoo. Okay. Yeah, basically this tool is more usable for creating a new features or a new application in on top of Odoo, right? Because it will create a new menu here, rather than, for example, adding existing field on the existing table, for example. It can be done as well. For example, our application is only to add some field on REST partner object. We use this tool, it's okay. So we draw a new class which is inherited from the, like this, yeah? Like this, new class which is inherited from REST partner, and then we put fields or attribute there on the REST partner object, and then we add new method there under this class, and then generate that add-on. That's okay. And then the add-on will add new features to only particular object of REST partner. That's okay.
Did I see correctly that you actually create two modules?
Yes.
One and then one
Yeah.
which inherits?
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, a good question. So why we do create two folder, right? When we generated that. This is because this tool, the StarML tool, right now cannot replace an existing folder or file to change something, right? For example, here we add new field, for example, post, for example, which is a float. Of course, we have to regenerate this one, right? We have to regenerate. That's how it works. We have to regenerate this diagram. And then it cannot replace the existing one. It will complain. So we have to delete this one and then regenerate. That's why we create this inherited folder to maintain our modification, our detailing of the logic, for example.
What happens to the data then?
No problem. The data is saved on Odoo database.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is only the, the
Then you have to do
application.
the import again.
No,
No.
no. Right? So I think it solved the question. So when we have modification inside this inherited add-on, I can show you here. This is the inherited. So for example, I have put some detail logic here. Anything. Of course, we don't want to erase this one, right? That's why we maintain that on the inherited. So the main add-on is actually the structure of our table. So when we generate this one, tools generate this one. Oh, this is the inherited, and then it will regenerate the add-on. This one. We have a brand new structure for our add-on, but not the thing that we have done in logic in detail. Okay. Any more?
So from Odoo perspective, this is two different add-ons.
Yes, two different add-ons. We have to install both of them.
Yeah, one is just the auto-generated that
Yes.
you can keep in sync, like it's bidirectional, updates both ways, and one is for the doing the work.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Where we can get these features of generating the code, I arrived a little bit late, so maybe you explain.
Sorry, I didn't get.
I can take the application, the start UML, but
Oh.
the new
The extension.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, actually, the question is how can we get this extension generator, right? For the StartYML, you can easily download from the StartYML IO, download the latest version, and then get the extension that you may obtain from this GitHub link. But this one is the light version, actually, only generate tree and form. The full version is now available in the Odoo application App Store, actually.
To buy.
To purchase, to buy, yeah.
Is it possible to do the inverse flow? From an existing code of Odoo, generate the UML in the
Yeah.
start UML?
Reverse engineering, maybe. Something like pulling out something from Odoo and then draw the diagram. Yeah, that's a cool idea. Can we reverse engineering Odoo application to show the diagram or to show the sequence diagram, for example? That is the next thing that we want to do. It's still in the idea, but it is a cool thing.
Okay.
Right now we cannot.
Thank you. Last question.
Last question.
There is a tool called DB scheme that can take that can go not from Odoo but from the Odoo database into something similar.
Yeah, I think it is the same. The question is, can we pull out directly from DB and draw something here, maybe? Yeah. Right now we cannot do that, but I think there are some guys that already create that, reading the whole database and then writing the documentation for a database in a table format, not the diagram format, I think. But I think there is some guy that create that as well, and then it create the diagram, the ER diagram actually, not the class diagram. So we can go from there, maybe. Empty? Okay. Thank you, everyone.